See me. There we go. Ouch, my green screen is looking poorly. There we go. I think it was daylight the last time I was streaming, and so the lighting was just a little bit different on the green screen. So I am still working on getting a couple things set up before I can share the screen. So bear with me a moment. Okay, here we go. So this right here that we're looking at is this the site for comparing schema between two versions of Bugzilla. And it's really useful because it gives you a good overview at the top with the blue is tables that had changes of some sort made to them, green are new tables since the previous version, and red is tables that got removed. And you can, you know, shows you for each table, this is a new column, and then the blue is, these specific things got changed for that column. And there's other things that were added and removed between the two versions that we're looking at. And so that's a pretty useful tool for comparing things, especially because we have a 14-year-old branch that we're bringing back into mainline right now, and need to get that, be able to migrate from the current versions of Bugzilla into that, and it's going to have probably a lot of schema changes in it. And so this tool was kind of abandoned in 2009-ish, and we just resurrected it this last week. And so I am working on loading additional versions of Bugzilla into it, because right now it shows 4.2.16 as the newest version that's in here, which coincidentally is the version that Harmony last merged from when it merged from mainline Bugzilla after they forked. So we are needing to compare from 4.2.16 to the current version of Harmony, and also between 5.3, which is the current developer version of Bugzilla, into the current version of Harmony, and 5.2 into Harmony, so that we can make sure all of the upgrade scripts are accounting for everything. So we are going to come back here and start from there, and I don't remember if we have the 4.3 ones loaded here yet or not. I think that might be next. We'll find out in a minute. Nope, it's not. Okay, so that's the first thing we got to do. Why is that open somewhere else? That's where it was. Okay. So there's a big list of all of the different version numbers for Bugzilla. And then because the schema doesn't always change between versions, and we only load the schema once in here, so this is mapping version numbers to the last version that had a change, so that we can show the right version of the schema for it without having lots of copies of it. Okay, and there is 4.3.1. Actually, well, let's see. I don't remember if I loaded that one in yet or not, but it deletes too fast. Okay. Let's find out. Okay. Looks like it does, but it's only yelling at me about one thing. So now I gotta, so that file was in there. Yeah, there it is right there. It's loaded in there. But we haven't done anything with it yet. So let's see. Column last profiles table last seen date. Okay. So we want to look for column remarks. And need the profiles table. Yeah, so it's a bunch of Python code. Past it somewhere. Here's profiles table. And there's all the things that ever did exist on there. And we have a last seen date that got added. And I'm not quite sure what it was, so. I have a shortcut script set up here that does a get diff between versions with specifically the files that handle schema related stuff. So we're going to pull from there. So I want 4.2.16 to 4.3.1. And we changed the licensing in that version, so that's going to be a big thing. Target milestone changed screen size or field size. We've got a couple fields that changed field sizes. And I didn't see the thing about last seen date in the schema file, but there's the change making it happen. So somebody put it in the upgrade script to add the column, but forgot to put it in the base tables. So if you're doing a new install, it's going to install without it, and then and then add it later. Nice. I'm sure that got fixed eventually, but in this particular version, it's not yet. Yeah, and there's the stuff with all the changing the field sizes. Okay, so last seen date. I'm assuming it's the last time we saw that user, but it doesn't tell us for sure. But we have a bug number there, so I'm going to go look at the bug and find out what they actually did. What are we looking for? And yeah, that is every time somebody logs in or hits the website, I guess it's going to update there. We should find out which one of those two it is. Okay. Well, hey, it's in the release notes for 4.4, so we can look at that. Doesn't get mentioned in there, so there's probably other enhancements and changes. Date of last login. Okay. I have a visitor. Somebody just got on my lap here, so say hi, Neptune. Okay. Where are you going? Okay, go ahead. You can go there. Okay, so date the user last logged in. That's what it says in the release notes anyway. So we go back here and reload. Why are we only getting one thing at a time? I think my effort to not be verbose backfired. That was in schema doc. Let's just look for the raise. It's the one with the big comment after it. So I guess they weren't all fatal if that was the only one. Let's see, does that fix it? That does not fix it. Okay, why am I only getting one error at a time? Oh, wait a minute, because it's a different kind of error. Never mind. It needs to know about the column first, and now it needs to know why we added it. Which may or may not need to be done. Okay, so this is column add remarks, profiles table. And we don't necessarily need to say anything about it, it just needs to know that it got added. Because if it was something special, like you can see what we did with the is enabled column above it has something in there. Last seen date. That one's pretty self-explanatory, so we won't give it a... There we go. 431 is live. And you can see we had 5 tables that had things changed in them. There's the list of the tables, there's the attachments table, and that was just a size change. We changed the size of a field. I think that's what most of those were. Bugs, we changed the size of the target milestone field. Same with milestones, changed the milestone field to match there. Default milestone. And then profiles got the last seen date added to it. Okay, so now we're going to go with 431 as our starting point. And look for 432. And it's going to complain, it ain't there. So now we come back over here. And we did have changes. Bugs activity did not have an ID column before. Ooh. That's people using the MySQL workbench utility to edit the column, edit the table, because it won't let you if there's no primary key. Okay, adding some indexes. Yeah, adding a couple indexes here and there. That's mostly what it is. We added primary keys to several tables. I don't remember seeing that many getting in the actual schema. Oh, there's one. There's another index. There's another one, profiles activity. I guess that is all there were. Okay, so yeah, we definitely had schema changes in this one. So lots of my shortcuts for this process. So that script does a get checkout to the new version after deleting all of the files that have been modified, giving us a pristine git checkout, and then changes to the new version. And then it applies a patch to the database schema file because this code is too old to work on a modern version of MySQL. And it is somewhere, the 4.4 is when we changed it to fix that. So this patch is going to fail on one of these development versions coming up. We'll get to that in a little bit. But once that happens, then I can get rid of that and not have to apply that patch anymore the rest of the way through. So now we have to run the Perl script. The upgrade script, the one you normally run when you upgrade Bugzilla, which is going to make all of our schema changes. And that is doing a pristine database. It makes a new database for each version. And then my check setup answers here is just supplying the admin credentials, so it won't prompt me for them, because that will be a pain in the butt to have to type in username and password every time. Okay, so now we have that done. And we're going to create the pickle file. Come back over here, and I have somewhere in my, there it is. Actually, I wrote a script for that, didn't I? St. Pickles. There we go. So we have 432 in there now. And 432 exists. There's a bunch of errors, so it does still do a bunch of stuff. Okay, so we have a new index on the audit table. So that is index remarks. Here's audit log, which had no indexes at all before, and now it's going to have one. And just copy paste it out of here will be the easy thing. And then column indexes for, oh no, we got index remarks too. Bugs activity, which should be right nearby here. Just scroll down a little. Bugs plural activity. And we added ID, easy enough. And, oh, wait a minute, ID is a column. This is the indexes. We added a primary index, which it didn't have before. And bugs activity, let's copy paste, just to be safe. Too easy to do typos with something that long. And profiles activity has a new primary. See, a lot of the old indexes don't file usual naming conventions, and the newer ones usually do. Okay, now we do column remarks. A lot of times we don't need anything special for a remark, but sometimes it's not obvious what it does, and it's helpful in the schema listing to be able to see what it does if you're using this as a reference when you're doing plugins or something. So now we're in column remarks, and we're missing one for, well, let's go ahead and reload this. The index ones should all go away, or maybe they won't. Oh, I didn't save yet. Uh-oh, what did I do now? Invalid syntax, line 2128. I probably forgot a quote or something. Oh, period. Those keys are too close to each other. And that's the downside of having your data in Python code, because if you typo, it crashes. Okay. Yep, now we're looking columns. Column remarks. And bugs activity for the first one. I'm not going to bother with that. It's obvious what it's for. Okay, field defs. As new column long description. And that I think we're going to need to document, because that sounds like it's something interesting. Field defs, long description, there it's getting added. Where's our upgrade? Long descriptions right up at the top here. Bug number. Oh, tooltip when you hover the field. Nice. This is for custom fields. Okay. Longer description. Actually, we'll just call it description. User readable. Okay. User readable description of the field shown in a tooltip when you hover the field on the show bug page or his bug details page. Well, it probably shows on the enter bug form too. That'll do. Okay, and we still have one field defs. Am I not in the right place, or did I spell it wrong? I am on the field defs table, right? And there's this tuple format is if you have things that are different definitions over time with different versions, you can specify starting and ending version number for the comment to apply to. And you could have multiple comments in a array. And if it's just a string, then it's a permanent part of the comment, and then the tuples get appended on if the version number matches for the range that you're in. Okay, so this is field def. Field defs has a long description and a long disk. Why did they do that? Did they not realize there are? Oh, because I put it inside the array for the other field. Duh. Okay. Now what? Come back here. Okay, I don't know what's wrong with that. Did I not write it? What does it say? Call unexpected after dictionary key. Oh, that would help. Dumb errors like that. Okay, profiles activity is next. And we're adding a column called ID. That should be pretty obvious what it's for. And now that all of them exist, we have to explain why on all of them. Sometimes. Okay. Index add remarks for audit log. Nothing's ever been added to audit log. These are in alphabetical order, so. Audit log class IDX. It's not helpful. Okay. Bugs activity should be, Wait, really? Bugs activities never had anything added to it yet? Wow. Oh, never mind. Somebody can't put stuff in alphabetical order. Bugs is moving. And attachments can move back up. Okay, Bugs activity. ID. Field defs. That's indexes. I went past it. Column add, which means nothing's ever been added to field defs before. Wait a minute, there it is right there. Why did it skip it? Okay. Actually, this is a good spot for it's a good spot for that kind of thing. This is the add remarks, so the description actually has what it's for. Okay, and then profiles activity is getting an ID. Profiles activity never had anything. ID. That one's self-explanatory. And that should get rid of everything except our indexes. Unless I typoed something again. What did I do this time? Syntax, what? It's flagging my brain. Oh, lack of a comma right there. It's 2:30 in the morning and I'm doing this because I couldn't sleep, so go figure. Okay. Bugs activity ID, I thought we did that one. Maybe we didn't. At the comma, not a period. There we go. Okay, index add. Bugs activity. Should be right at the top, almost. There it is. And we're adding a primary key, and that should be self-explanatory. And we're adding bugs activity removed. And profiles activity. Whoops, went past it. I broke something again. $24.99. It doesn't like a brace, which means I forgot a comma. There we go. And there's our schema. So audit log, here is the only index. And bugs activity. Got a couple indexes and a column added. Field defs. There's our description. And then it says added in that version, and there's our added remark. It says which bug number this got added to. And that was pretty self-explanatory on that one. Okay. So now we're going to go 432, 433. Oof, it ain't there yet. Yeah, we changed some column types. And we added a column, or a table, I mean. Got some bug numbers to come back to when we find stuff. Yeah, lots of, well, not a whole lot, but there's a few database changes in there. So 433 is going to be worth pickling. Okay, I'm going to find the we're on a development branch right now. Typically, development branches have changes every release because they wouldn't be a development branch otherwise. And then once we get the stable branch, all these 4.4. Whatever will probably have very minimal, if any, all the way through. Because we try to avoid schema changes once a branch is considered stable. I'm talking all this time and I'm muted. That's not helpful. Okay. So reports we're having to add because it's new. The whole table is. Um, so right now I'm looking for the stuff about adding the table to see if it has a bug number mentioned. We just created the table. There's nothing in the. Okay. Do I dare? Ambiguous. Oh, right. I'm doing it raw. I got to spell out the whole tag name. Actually, Bugzilla report. I bet that didn't exist before, because that's probably what's creating this table. Yep, whole file is new. Oh, we have documentation for it though. That'll help. Not much. Okay, so it's storing reports. That documentation didn't really help me much, other than whatever report is. Well, hey, worst comes to worst, whip out the commit log. Okay. And we are on 4.4, so it'll shorten our time to. There's C1, 433, there's where we are. And that must be where the 4.4 branch got cut because it changes color. Okay, so we're looking for before that. Looking for something about reports. Actually, you know what? I can find that easier than that. File has never been touched, but there's our commit number and a bug number. Saved reports support similar to saved queries. Okay, so it's basically the stuff from report CGI. It's just allowing you to save it. Cool. Okay. owner of the report. No foreign key on that, is there? Oh, there is a foreign key. Yay. Okay. Name of the report. And we have a query. Query used to generate the report. And the blurb we put in here is going to be the part at the top of the table where it gives a description of the table itself. Reports generated from report CGI. News report reports, right? There's both. Okay, which one's which? Probably said so in the bug, right? It's report with the without the S. Okay. Saved in this table. Here's the spot. Reports. Primary key is obvious. Reports, user, ID, IDX. And I remembered the comma this time. I have to spell it right. There we go. So 4.3.3 is when the reports, saving reports got added. Yeah, just mentioning the bug number is probably good here. So it was. Sorry about that. So as I was saying, we are working on going through historic schema changes in Bugzilla, trying to update our schema change viewing tool that hasn't been touched since 2009, and getting that working again with current versions of Bugzilla, which requires filling in all the holes in between. And so we're looking at, it's kind of a good history dive because we can see when various features got added to Bugzilla over time. And I'm back on more recent stuff now. We just hit the branch that we're the oldest still supported branch. We're on that branch now. Because it threw me for a loop checking the oldest, the top version number from that branch. It told me the tag didn't exist. And I'm like, why the heck not? It's in the table here. And like, oh, we didn't release it yet. That's why. Because it's the one we're supposed to be releasing in the next week or two. Okay, where was I? Email bug ignore table just got added, so I got to tell why this is. That's general description of the table I'm looking at here. Okay. So it's a really nice tool. It tells you all about the database and where everything is in it and what it's all for. But that unfortunately means we have to tell it what it's all for when I add it in here. So we're scanning each version of Bugzilla, creating a copy of the database that was freshly created by that version of Bugzilla on a clean install, and then scanning that into this tool. And then what we're looking at on the screen is it's telling us all the stuff that's new in this one that it doesn't know about yet that we have to document. This table stores lists of bugs. Users have opted not to receive, I can spell it right, notifications about. Okay, and then we need to do column remarks for the columns in that table. And these are in alphabetical order, so it's a new table, so we just got to find the spot where it fits. And the C is just past the E's. Email setting, and it's email bug ignore, so it's going to be just before that one, after duplicates. Email bug ignore. And we have a user ID column. Thanks. We will keep working on it. I can't see the chat with that window open. There we go. User ID. The user ignoring the bug. Now we have a bug ID. Helps if I spell it right. Which is the bug being ignored. And these are going to be foreign key references. And user ID is going to be profiles. User ID. And bug ID is going to be bugs ID. I think. Let's make sure it doesn't crash. It crashed. Which one is wrong? Oh, it wasn't even a key error. I typoed something. Complaining about braces, so I probably forgot a comma. Where at? Line 1145. I don't see missing commas. Do I have a period instead of a comma somewhere? Oh, I forgot the comma after it, not the one before. I did forget a comma. There we go. No, bug ignore has no, but it does. I'm looking. Oh, I have a colon inside it. There we go. Index remarks. What is Bugzilla? Yes, it is a bug tracking system where you go to file bug reports about products. And it is a server application that companies can install on their web server that their users can come and report bugs to them on it. And so I have it, we use it for on our own, of course. So this is what it looks like, bug report, all the comments on it and information about it and stuff. The biggest draw to it is it has a really powerful search engine, so you can do all kinds of searches to find whatever you're looking for in it. Email bug ignore. Where's email? There it is. Gotta get it in alphabetical order. Bug ignore. And I'm going to add the comma now before I forget. And I will copy paste this big long thing instead of trying to type it. And most of those don't need descriptions, they're pretty obvious. Now we get the key error for the bugs ID. It's bug underscore ID, okay. Column bugs ID. Bug underscore ID, there we go. And now it works. So we have a bunch of tables that had data type changes. Those are the ones showing up in blue here. That's mostly the component ID stuff because they made component IDs longer so that we can have more than 32,000 components. Bugzilla is open source and it's free, so they can just go download it and drop it on their server and go, pretty much. So you can go to bugzilla.org for information about it. Whoops. So there's the website for it. And so I can come here and there's download right at the top and there's more information about it if you scroll down and list the people that are using it. And the clients are web browsers, so you just tell people to go to the website. It's basically a website. And there's our table that we added. Okay, and then we go back here. we need to go to 4.5.2 now. And it's going to complain that it's not there yet. And then we have to go over here and look for changes. We're checking the files where the schema changes are between one version to the next to see if there's any schema changes, and yes, there are already. I can see them now. So that means we're going to need to install that version of Bugzilla. And my config file I've been pulling along from one to the next, but it's doing a clean install of everything else otherwise. And those aren't anything I have to do with, so I can just run the check setup again. So I was saying that they added new variables to the config file, and I should check if I need to change them or not. So I am not the creator of Bugzilla, but I have been the lead developer of it since 2001. So it's been around since 1998. So I came in about 3 years later. And that was 4.5.2 we were just looking at, right? Yes, it was. And this section I'm looking at here is mapping version numbers to schemas. Because if the schema never changes, like you can see up here in the 4.4 series, it never changed since 4.4 RC2, so the rest of them I'll just point at that. So yeah, Bugzilla has been around almost 26 years. We just had our 25th anniversary this last year. And we have had a 4 or 5 year period where there wasn't a whole lot of development going on. COVID was partially responsible for that. And we just started a new nonprofit last year to take on sponsoring the organization and developers and so forth. And so the upcoming releases will be the first releases in 3 or 4 years. And a lot of people are getting excited about that because they've been begging for it for a while. So now that I've told it 4.5.2 exists, it should tell us something other than not loaded yet. And yes, we have a ton of stuff that was new. So now I have to go through and document all of this stuff just like we were doing a few minutes ago. Eventually we will get to the end. The 4.5 series had a lot of development releases. Thank you. Hey, good morning. It is indeed morning for me. I'm 3:20 a.m. where I am right now. It's just up late. Haven't gone to bed yet, so something good to do to occupy the time since I couldn't sleep. So we are updating our schema comparison tool. Or we have a tool that why is this not working? There it goes. Cool. So if I go in here with versions that actually exist, there's what it does for us. The blue is tables that got changed, and the green is a new table. And it shows you what the changes were from one version to the next. And it basically has everything documented, and it tells you what all the tables are for. So this is a really awesome tool. And the problem we had, as you can see by the changelog here, Whoops, why did it jump all the way back up there? It hadn't been updated since like 2009 until the last couple of days. And so I've spent the last few days loading all of these older versions into it so that we can get it caught up to the current modern day. Because we have major changes coming in the next couple versions, and we need to be able to migrate between versions with it. In order for us to write the migration script to go from one version to the other, we need to know what changed. And it'll be a lot easier figuring that out if this tool is working. So that's why I'm trying to get this updated. In theory, I could just put in the versions we need to migrate between, but it's smaller doses to do all the documentation if I do it a version at a time. Because if I just drop in the current version in there, it's going to yell at me about there being a billion things that it doesn't know about. So hey, let's do that. Let's go see what it says. There's the new one that I loaded in there. Oh, but I didn't tell how to find it. It's in there. 5.2. The file for that one is there, so try this again. Yeah, there we go. So there's a billion things that it doesn't have documentation for before it's going to show me the chart. And it's, like I said, it's smaller bite-sized pieces if I do it one version at a time to get it loaded in here from the older ones. 451 and 452, because that's the one I just loaded. Okay, so we have a new table called long descriptions tags. So we have to add a description for that table first. And these are all in alphabetical order. Oh, hey, the automated stuff is working in chat. Okay, and then we need to go column remarks and add all the columns for that table. Yeah, it'll be down a ways. Oops, I went past it. I'm in the P's. There's long descriptions. And it'll be right after that. Like this, comments, or tags. And there's an ID column, which is pretty self-explanatory, so we'll not bother documenting that one. Comment ID. The comment on which tag exists. And that is going to be a foreign key reference. Comment ID, I can see it up right, it's the column, it's the table right above us. Comment ID. And column is tag. Nice, short and simple. tag, which is on the comment. Foreign key. We already added the tags column. Oh, that was tag. Okay, that was tagging. The tags we added a couple of versions back was tagging bugs. And this is tagging comments now, which is going to be a different tags column table. Tags activity, tags weights. Must be just the name of the tag we're storing. We don't have, it's not a foreign key. Let me go look. Yeah, comment ID is a foreign key. Tag is not. It's just a text field. Okay. Is it possible to see your entire code somewhere? Yes, it is. We are on GitHub. It's in the right below me on the right there. It's under Bugzilla on GitHub. So I can throw the whole URL in the chat. Wrong keyboard. This one. There you go. So we got a bunch of tables we added. No mention of what it's for. So add the ability to tag comments with arbitrary tags. And there's our bug number. So we can go look at the bug. Bug report. Yeah, if it's, I may need the bug to find out what some of the things are for, but it should be release noted too. So that's going to be in version 5.0. So our release notes for 5.0. Features and improvements. Tag bug comments. There we go. Okay. That was here, and that is not a foreign key, so I don't need that part. Tags activity. And we have weights. And tags activity has a whole bunch of columns. Oh boy. Oh, okay. This is all your, this is a change log when people change tags. ID is pretty self-explanatory. Don't need to document that one. Bug ID. The bug on which the change was made. And the Python format key we're doing in here is just a shortcut that this module has in it that allows it to automatically hyperlink it in the schema table. Wait a minute, that is a bug ID, so that's going to be bugs, bug underscore ID. Comment ID, comment on which the change was made. That is also a foreign key. And it's long, and I can copy paste because it's on the one right above me. And then we have who, the person who did it, made the change. I can look in here to see that too. That is in this table. And who is going to be profiles user ID. And then we have bug when, which is going to be a timestamp. The weird column name, but that's what they it's a legacy thing from a long time ago, back in 1998 when they first created it. The timestamps were called that. And I just used it, or keep using it everywhere else too. The new value and removed is the old value. And weights has an ID, comma, not a period. This just has an ID tag and weight. And tag is just a text field. It's not a, yep. And weight is a number. And I need to find somewhere on here if they explain any of this. Let's see if it explains the weights anywhere. Tag weights, we have a module for it. That's count tags. Well, that's a generic description if I ever saw one. This is what this module is. It's a subclass of this. It's Bugzilla object. Yeah, of course it is. Tags weight. Value return corresponds to the number of comments with this tag attached. Ah, okay. So this is a cache then. So this table just exists as a cache so that it doesn't have to constantly do count star queries on the bugs table or the comments table, because the comments table is huge. Okay. Was that updated by a cron job or the tag groups? There's the schema change. We were just looking at that on the other screen. Where is it updating it? Comment taggers group. Web service bug. Search comment tags. That's all the autocomplete code for it. Search comment tags, update comment tags. Those are API calls, okay. Quickly find tags and order by their usage count, of course. There's the autocomplete. I'm trying to find where it's actually updating them. That looks like an update routine. Which file am I in? Bugzilla comment. Ah, that makes sense. Okay, we increment and decrement when the tags are added. Okay. So yes, it's a cache. That's what I was wanting to make sure. Number of comments that contain this tag. Tagged with this tag. That's it. Now we need indexes. Except that needs a table remark. Uh-oh, what did I break? Uh, line 1310. Invalid syntax. I forgot a comma somewhere. Yep, it's a period instead of a comma. Our list got shorter. All we got left is the indexes. We definitely need a description for the long descriptions weight those. This table caches the number of comments that are tagged with each tag. That sounds pretty impressive. The song would have been more appropriate about a minute ago when it crashed on me. We have tags activity. We have tags weights. And tags has primary. Everybody has a primary key. Well, they should anyway. Whoops. Didn't mean to open the console. Yeah, there's another period instead of a comma. Why do I keep doing that? Oops, that's it for tags. Activity has a primary. People are naming the indexes in a sane way now, too. And that's everything. So when I reload now, we should actually get our schema table. Or not. Here. You know what the problem is with that. Tags weights. We're missing one while I'm in here. Tags activity. Activity log of changes to comment tags. Uh-oh. Oh, now we have everything documented. Now it's saying, oh, you didn't have this in the previous version. Why did you add it? Okay, table add. Tags. Activity and weights. And we have a bug number, so we're going to throw the bug in there. Now let's try it. Yay, it loaded. Now we have the 3 new tables. If we click through and look at them, there's our descriptions we added, and then there's the added reference for them. Okay, next. We go from 452 to 453. That's it. Ooh, no schema changes. Yay. So 452 or 453 uses the same schema as 452. So does 4.4 or 454. That is unusual for a development branch. Usually there's schema changes every release. Oh, not so lucky with 4.5.5. Why are we adding a... Oh, keeping track of when you last visited a bug. So this is when that was added. We're adding an index after the fact. That must have been being nice to the people who were on the development branch because they didn't add the index for right away or something. Okay, so that is one change and it's an easy one. It was 4.5.5. Install a clean database with that version in it. Scan the schema file. Save this while I'm at it. is. And it's only the one column, just to have all that stuff to document about it, or the one table, I mean. Bug user last visit. Keeps track of the last time the user loaded a bug or looked at. This allows jumping to the last view comment. I need an extra turn. I saw a bug number up here somewhere. Yeah. The index was added separately. Okay, but we don't have a bug number for adding it itself in here. When in doubt, look at the log. There's the index, and there's our bug number. Yeah. Go away. I want to clean up that description a little bit. Oops, it was up higher. Bugs. Bug user last visit. There it is. Keeps track the last time a user looked at the bug. This allows jumping to the last feed comment when you next return to the bug. When logged in. We have ID. User ID. Bug ID. Last visit timestamp. Foreign key. It's going to be bugs, bug underscore ID. Whoops, that's the user ID, not the bug ID. Profiles, user ID. This one is going to be bugs bug ID. Last visit timestamp. When the bug was visited. Bug user last visit. This is our indexes. We have primary, bug user last visit index. Bug user last visit bug user last visit TS. Okay. That's a name. Oh, okay. It's the table name and the column name. They just both happen to be the same. That makes a little bit of verbosity. That should be it, unless I typoed something. It works! We have one new table, it's green. Okay. And our next version is 4.5.6. Not yet loaded. We have changes. Columns removed, it looks like. Oh, bug aliases used to be a field on the bug, and now it's another column or another table. It moved to a table. That's useful to know. We also added markdown support. And a mail staging table. API keys. So we got a ton of stuff in this release. Okay. All 4, 5, 6 we're definitely going to need to pickle. Okay. How do I keep it with a slash instead of a period? I'm a little bit off. We're almost to 5.0. There's our stuff. Been sitting here for 2 hours, so I need to take a break. But I'm not quite done with this. I'm liking the progress we're making, so we'll at least finish off this branch before we're done tonight. But in the meantime, I need to go and take a break. I will be back in a minute. Okay. That's looking kind of fuzzy. Okay, looks better. Keep having to adjust the chroma key every once in a while. I don't know why the lighting hasn't changed. Okay. So back to business. Where did we leave off? I think I just loaded 4.5.6. And now we have to document stuff. Okay, we had a bug aliases table, a mail staging table, API keys table. It's bugs plural underscore aliases. So I'll go after bugs activity in alphabetical order. Allow a bug to have multiple aliases. I didn't know we could do that. Did that get backed out at some point? I guess we'll find it eventually if it did. But for now, it got added. So there's my bug number anyway. So yeah, that answers the question right in the commit message there. It was allowing it to have multiple aliases. And then we have mail staging. Should go right after long descriptions. What is that about? Is that up at the top? Additional support for Markdown, plugged in multiple aliases. Wonder if that was this one. Yep. That's interesting. Is that music squeaky or is that just my headset? Oh, that doesn't look pretty safe. See, the actual behavior depends on a number of factors. If called from within a database transaction, the message will be staged and sent when the transaction is committed. If mail queuing is enabled, the message will be sent to the Schwartz job queue, where it will be processed by the job queue daemon, else the message is sent immediately. Send all staged messages called after database transaction is committed. So what if two different users are doing stuff and they both get mail sent at the same time? That looks like a race condition waiting to happen to me. I make a note about that. Maybe that's been cleaned up later, but if not, that's something we will want to revisit. What is bug 574? Okay, back to business. Mail staging. Outbound notification emails are staged here if a notification happens while the database transaction is active. Messages are then sent as a batch after the transaction is closed. Okay, next we have user API keys. User-generated API keys for web services are stored here. Bugs aliases. Formerly and multiple aliases was. Nail staging. It's a new feature, so that doesn't really need any explanation. It has a description on the table that we just added a minute ago. And then user API keys. Same, that's a new, oh, whoops. Table added. There we go. Actually, I should put the bug numbers on those. Okay. Nail staging go. Nail staging was the one we scrolled down to find, I think. That's the one with the let DBC something. There it is. Good thing I looked. Don't need a bug. The list should get slightly shorter, but not much. Or not, because we didn't actually do columns yet. The bugs table is big, takes a long time to scroll past it. There we go, bugs activity. Oh, I guess this will be after that. Before full text. Alias. Alias is a bar chart, so it's just the text. Bug ID. The bug this alias belongs to. Foreign key. Bugs, bug underscore ID. And that's it. Nail staging is next. Go right before milestones. And nail staging has ID and message. user API keys, which has a bunch more stuff in it. P's, S's. T. User API keys go right here. User ID. User the key belongs to. Files user ID, foreign key. Okay, and then we have API key. Description. User supplied description to identify the key, the purpose of the key. Revoked as a Boolean. One if revoked, zero if active. Last used. Timestamp of the last time it was used. Easy enough. Now we have the indexes. Let's get two indexes. And neither one of them's a primary. How did that happen? Okay, mail staging is going to be the M's. G, L, M, be right before milestones. Mail staging has just a primary key, and that's it. Then we have user API keys being the use. Q, R, S, T, there's a bunch of T tables. User API keys. And that has a primary. And two other indexes. Now let's see if the list gets shorter. Just one. And that's long descriptions. And it's marked down as a Boolean. Gonna complain about this anyway. Might as well fix it before it does. And I'm not gonna leave it blank. I'm gonna give people a bug number at least. Key area bug, here, bugs. Oh, I got an underscore instead of a, should be a hyphen. Column bugs underscore alias should be enough to find it. And now it's going to say there's no remove remark for aliases column. Yep. Column removed. Bugs aliases. There's our live schema. Move to the bugs aliases table. 456 is what we were just looking at, weren't we? RC1. Yeah, wait a minute. We have an extra data column now. We have a column added to an existing table in the schema, but the installation code doesn't have any code to add that column. That's breakage waiting to happen. That probably got fixed in the next RC. Or not. How many RCs did we have? There was a third one. Oh, wait a minute, that wasn't added. They just got rid of this markdown. Oh, okay. So markdown landed and then got removed, and then put back again later. Okay. So 50RC1 needs a pickle. What column removed did I want to look at? And long descriptions is where. Never had anything removed from it before, huh? Gotta decide if we need version specific because it's probably coming back. We'll deal with that when it comes back. It was reverted without a bug number. It probably says on the bug if there was another bug. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Major feature, don't do it on a release candidate. Maybe I will do a version specific on this. How many 5.0 releases were there? Oh, 6. Because I'm assuming it's coming back on trunk at some point. Oops. Uh-oh, the version shortcodes don't work on column descriptions. There we go. Oops. That's not actually a schema change, is it? Okay, yeah, that's doing a cleanup thing. That's not schema changes. And that is not a schema change. That's a white space formatting change. That is a schema change. Maybe. Oh, wait. This was the white space changes, wasn't it? Yeah, 505 is when we had all that mess made. Okay. So up through 504 are using the 50RC1 schema. Can't spell correctly, apparently. Yeah, loaded 5.0 RC1. There we go. And then I don't know whether 505 has schema changes or not, because somebody made Perl, they reformatted all the Perl code. So easiest way to tell is just going to be to install it and find out if it detects anything. Someday I will spell it correctly. .5041 we'll come back to later. That's a not yet released for real. So that's a special case that, just like we do with 4.4.14. 5.0.5. We didn't save it. Oh, it's looking for the one in between because it thinks 5041 is in between the two of them. How do I deal with that? We'll just assume there's no changes in it yet. I'm not planning on making any. There we go. Nothing was blue at the top. So yeah, no schema changes. Look at that, we're almost done. 4 more to load. .506 had massive junk done to it too that I'm not going to be able to tell whether it was. Changes. Changing the size of the ints. There's nothing that needs to be documented, but it does mean we need to have a separate file for 506. And that is why we have 5.2. But hey, that means we can compare 506 to 5.2 now. No changes! Woohoo! .0.6. And that means we don't need the 5.2 pickle. Citation line at the bottom. Today is May 1. And we're no longer dealing with ancient releases because they're more recent. Everything after 4.2.16. Do it this way. Off it goes. .1.1 is up next. It would have branched from there. Markdown came back. Login name got separated from email. So yeah, I know I need to. Use the schema version index. Okay. Column remarks nodes. Email rates is a new table. Yeah, we'll get them in order. Index remarks. PZ schema. copy paste that, it's a long one. While we're in indexes, what else do we have? Email rates. Oh, whoops. I think that's a new table. Yeah. And our indexes are primary. Whoops, period. I need a comma there, not a period. Email rates, IDX. Any other indexes? Profiles has a new index. And user API keys has a new index. Oops. That's quite the name. And that should leave us the added columns. Yep. And email rates is a new column. Or new table, I mean. And what the heck is that for? I have no idea what this email rates thing is. Schema. Okay. All else fails, you hit up GitHub. Okay. I gotta go to the master branch. Actually, I want to go to tags. Or at least 511. Bugzilla, DB, schema. I'm going to turn on blame. And we're going to look for email rates. And there's our bug. Note the number of emails sent to a user per minute and hour. Okay. What is the table for then? ID recipient message timestamp. So it's just a log of when we sent email to somebody. So then we count how many over the last X time. Okay, good enough. That's a pretty nice feature, actually. Okay. Logs timestamps of messages sent to users so that they can be rate limited. Those email rates, right? Yeah. Somewhere we'll find the E's in here. Still in the C's. Oh, just flew past it. Duplicates, email, book reports go right here. ID, recipient, and message timestamp. User for whom the message was intended. Foreign key. Profiles, user ID. Timestamp of when the message was sent. Keyword defs is active. Oops, just passed it. I saw it go by. Profiles. And this is the infamous login does not equal username patch. They added an email column to the profiles table, which is not going to happen in Harmony. And that gets, well, I think there's a separate emails table getting added so the person can have multiple emails when it gets ported to Harmony. Let's see what it says for login name. Login name, the user's email address. Nah. Last one before 5.1.1. It's going to complain that the version doesn't exist if I put in something newer. Oh no, this. No, whatever the last one prior to 5.1.1. Which would have to be 5.2, and we'll have to keep updating that every time a 5.2 release comes out. Because if I do .99, it's going to complain that it doesn't exist. It's going to do this with it anyway. Might as well. If I throw black at it, it's going to. Use of logging in or providing. No. FID column. What's the difference between that and the description? What changed with description? added and removed looks just alike to me. Oh, they lowercased it. I'm not translating case in my head. Or I am translating it, whatever. Okay. Associate API keys with specific callbacks. Okay. Oh, okay. So if it's null, it's user created. Look at the entire patch and see what it does. That doesn't do much. It must be future proofing. It's a varchar. Null if user created API key contains a callback name if tied to a specific callback. I suppose. User API keys. App ID. Bug. That was this, right? Yes. 11700722. Yep, now we get more. Get rid of one batch of changes and we get more. Column added. Well, that's what we're looking at right now is column added. I just preemptively got that one. Profiles email. Somewhere in here it'll be. There it is. Keyword defs is active. We blame for that one too, I guess. Value index, add. Easy schema should be right near the top somewhere. Never had anything added to it yet. Profiles. Oops, just went past it. And then user API keys. Big long one that I want to copy and paste. And we have a schema for 511. Okay, what was that one that the markdown? Long descriptions. It's back. It says it was added in 511. Okay. What's going to happen if I do a different range, though, that includes When was that backed out? 456 had it. Long description says no changes. But it shows in here it was removed between the two versions we're looking at, though. Okay. That's cool of it. It says it was removed and put back between the two. Okay. Time for 512. We are so close. 5.1.1, 5.1.2. And of course there are. Or there's not. That is a comment change. So 512 has the same schema that 511 does. .591 has not been loaded yet, even though it says so. If we try it, it's going to complain. Yep. So 533 is next. And that is not going to be found because we haven't actually released it yet. Release 5.1.2. Check setup lib. That got committed. Okay. Looking for Bugzilla DB schema though, which does have changes. Okay. Oh, that was the massive Perl reformatting. That's when that happened. Okay. This one has to be special. Where's my checkout? Right there. Just do it all manually. Okay, get checkout master. What? Really? It did not create it. Oh, we need a newer version of template. Oh, this has all the new stuff in it. This problem again. There's problems right there. All those double colons are illegal in the makefile. And it found them and put them in there. Okay. Actually, let's do this. I should have put back the README. Yep. Okay, template's the only thing we're missing. Cool. Fun new install methods. We hit the first version that has them. So all the stuff in my script was completely meaningless anyway. What's up? It's watching an installer run right now, but working on documenting schema changes between versions of Bugzilla. All right. Yeah, that works. Okay, so that's where the create database code disappeared there too. Triage party is basically just a bunch of people getting together and going through bug lists and finding old bugs that may or may not exist anymore and finding out whether we can still reproduce them. Um, the bug tracker for our project has a lot of bugs that are like 15 or 20 years old, literally. And things may have been fixed since then that people didn't realize there was already a bug report for it and the bug never got resolved. And so that's what we're hoping to do at some point, is to get people together and um, track through some of those old bugs and find out whether they actually still exist or not, so we can get rid of some of the bug reports out of our tracking system. What is it? Oh, I did 555. How the heck did I do that? 3.3. Why y'all like Perl? Because this app is 25 years old and there wasn't anything else 25 years ago, unless you like Tickle. That's actually, it was originally written TCL Tickle, and it got ported to Perl because Perl was the cool thing everybody was using back in those days. It's too big to port to anything else now. There we go. Now we're creating the database. Google Sheets, yeah. It works if you need it in a pinch. But, yeah, depending on what you're tracking, you can get pretty unwieldy pretty quick if you're using a spreadsheet. Okay, so we're going to go from 512 to 533 and see what happens. Ooh, it worked just like that. No schema changes. So that means I don't need that pickle file. Oh, whoops. Pickles. Five 5.9.1 is the only one left. Woohoo. And that's going to be the fun one. Okay, did I even... what? I do have it in here. Okay. Okay. Harmony has MariaDB support. So I get to actually tell it I'm doing that now. No feature named MariaDB. What the heck? Why not? I was sure we added that on. Wait, maybe that. Now we have it. Tree wasn't up to date. Makefile has been rebuilt. Please, okay. Yeah. Taking a while to run. Lots of stuff. Lots of dependencies. Still thinking about it, huh? DBS SQLite failed. And Harmony has so many dependencies. Okay, good. I still have disk space. I was hoping the failures weren't because of running out of disk. I've seen that happen before. Some of them failed. To have it try again should only show us the ones that are failing this time. I think we got a busted download of the SQLite module. So blowing away the cache from CPAN hopefully will help that. Find out in a minute. That doesn't help me much. Okay, what to do about this? Clean up some disk space while we're at it. I got way too many of these. All these ones we created in the process of testing everything. I'm sure that's using a bit of disk space. For C2. we're done. That doesn't sound like it's related, but okay. I don't think that actually works. Yeah, my carton does that under the hood, so I'm surprised. Was that installing 1.29 before? It didn't say. It's still thinking about it. Nope, failed. Signal terminated. Is it using too much memory or something? Shouldn't look at that on stream. Yep, out of memory kill. So that's all it is. That's crazy. Why do I run out of my memory compiling DVD Escalate? Okay. Try this. Really? It's probably capitalized or something. Okay. Because it's 2 or 3, but it's all lowercase. Apparently it's running out of memory trying to install that. I get creative with search terms. Hmm. That doesn't look related. Might be working anyway. Gonna yell at me for not having the URL base set. All the required stuff is there. What's it complaining about? Attempt to reload Bugzilla PM aborted. Okay. Do I have the driver set for Maria? I do not. That would be why. It's complaining that MySQL is too old. Or not. Oh, that could be a problem. 173. URL base is not set. Unknown database 591. All right, this is doing the same thing. They got rid of the database create code. Okay. Up we go, creating a schema finally. Really? It's email address stuff. Nothing in there. Oh, thank you for
Long
following.
live chow _ Twitch Scammer 38 just followed on Twitch.
It says email address validation that fails. What kind of junk did it add to my folder? Create account CGI was modified. Oh, file mode. That makes sense. It did fix file permissions. need to create it again. It's stuck in the same spot. I wonder what I'm missing, because I'm pretty sure we didn't have that problem with the Docker containers. Actually, let's see what Docker does. That did it. There was junk in the data directory that it didn't like. Left over from one of the older versions, probably. Okay. Now we're back in business. And we have it mapped to that file already? Okay. And we want to go from 533 to 591. And we have one heck of a huge list. That's going to take a while. was expecting that, though. That's beyond what I can stay awake for. I think we'll do that another time. My stream counter here says someday when it reloads. I think I've been going 4.5 hours. Yeah. Okay. So that'll do it for tonight. We'll finish off this last one some other time. And I need to get some sleep. So have fun, everybody, and thanks for hanging out with me.